tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 holes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 6455, the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 6455, the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Jack keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the
Good morning, everybody. Let's get our stats going. Whatever. Häh? Joo, jag kan jag tar på deras skottkärror. Kan man det källan kan man stängsla jossain vaiheessa. Let's see, let's take a wheelbarrow. We'll take the boxes. We're gonna put the potatoes in. We already cleaned those out. There was a little bit of last year's potatoes. We threw them out. And then now we're gonna put the new ones in there. Should we take these 4 first, see how much we get in those? Then we have these bonus boxes if needed. Should also take my water bottle. It's not windy and it's gonna be warm enough, I think, to take potatoes. Shouldn't be like hot, but it's warm. Or should be warm enough. Maybe the clouds roll in or roll out. Looks like they might roll in. börja med de här lådorna och de här boxarna. Det här ser hur långt de här slipper stamma sen de där boxarna. Med de här får man slippa nog ganska långt. Se hur mycket det är bakom. Nej, de kan nog spricka. Grass is still growing. The hell? Feels like it's getting drier, but grass is still growing like crazy. Crazy grass. It's gonna be warm, it's sunny, but the clouds, I think they're moving this way, so it should get more cloudy. It's easiest to just lift up one like this, and then the green ones will go for potato food, or for, like, look at this. It's pretty good, I think, this year. I threw a big one away already. Pretty good amounts. They look pretty good. They don't have any, like, and it's really dry, so they're easy to harvest like this. And then just bag under and start bagging them, or start putting them in there. Like that's one. Anything bigger than these, they're really small ones. Just toss these to the side, and then after you get what you get, then we do this. But I think it lifted up most of them. There might be some left like this. Maybe not too much. Maybe almost nothing. I mean, it's the easiest if you lift it up and they all are there. That's the easiest way. And there wasn't really any bonus ones. Oh, there's gonna be some flies today, it seems. Would be nice with a little bit more wind, but it is what it is. It's easiest if you can just lift like this. Now that's the easy way. Like there's some chunky ones here. That's a big guy. And then as soon as it's like green like this, then just don't no green ones in the bags. But yeah, this one has 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is borderline. Maybe I do need to cut that off when we eat. Like that's kind of borderline. I don't know. Maybe I should toss this. It's a little green there. But yeah, 4. This one is definitely not good enough. 5. There's still like 10 potatoes per plant, it seems. Even if I toss a few for greenness. These are so small. I just want to throw them. Not that many at least, and then we can see. It seems like they all come out like that's the easiest way. If they don't even need to dig really. Like when you lift it up, so far I've lifted up every single one. Like there's nothing left here. They all come out when you lift it. Now that's the easiest way. Then we don't need to dig even. Just do this. They seem to all come out like that. Basically all there. That's the easiest way for sure. They almost all now all didn't come out, somewhere left. But pretty easy. Don't need to dig that much.
Yeah.
There's probably like 15 potatoes, but then you need to dump some which are green. Otherwise they're fine. That one I would dump.
Yeah.
The green ones, they're actually like toxic. You don't want to eat the green ones. The bigger ones seem to be good though. They're really good shape and really they don't have like the, sometimes the skin has this like weird thing. Yep. They're really like clean and good, it seems. It's gonna be a decent bit. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 long rows and 3 short rows. Yeah, most of them, like they're easy to lift up like that, and then they're all there. It's the dirt is really, it's really like loose this year. Some years, and it has rained quite a bit. I wonder why this dirt has stayed so loose this year. Usually the dirt gets more like, if there's a little bit of clay, it gets like chunky and hard, but the potatoes are in the kind of loose soil, which is good. It makes it easier. Not a problem. There's one. Just dig the hole a little bit. I don't really need this one almost even. You can check with this, but you can almost dig by hand. And these, I will clean this and then throw it to the, so you know you clean it. Yeah, the flies are like the biggest issue. There's like these normal flies that fly in your face and eyes. They don't really do anything, but
Small flies. This like a bit there.
yeah, it's borderline. I would probably throw it to the side, just take.
There's plenty of these good ones.
Using a little bit of a new test chat app here. We'll try. See what if I do this, what happens? Oh, yeah, it posts to all 3 places. Could mash up the greens and till it back into the soil, use some reseed. No, we can't reseed because this will be, in the winter they will die. But like this, the plant itself, like this will just rot here and then we'll plow this in the fall. So it will be all that's left over, it will be used in like the soil again. But yeah, we can't, like you could store them in a different bucket for next year and reseed. Maybe they would work for that, but yeah, we'll just dump them here. It's just a few, it's fine. But yeah, here might be some we can dig, test that there's nothing left. Seems like it's suspiciously, yeah, there's a big one. There's a couple of big ones. And then that's the old potato. You don't want this one. It's worth to dig this through a little bit. This is borderline too small. If it doesn't stay there, it's too small.
Yeah.
But yeah, they seem to be quite close to the surface, so you don't actually need to dig too much. It's pretty. That's gonna make this a lot easier. Also, dirt is very dry. This could be very hard, but like this, it's pretty. I would say it's pretty easy. Pretty easy. How you can do like that, and then you see all of. Basically, they're all there. You can dig through here, but there's not much left.
Yeah.
No, they're all there. Yeah.
There may be.
Very, very easy harvest.
Yeah, they come up pretty easily.
But yeah, that's one short row, and we have already. It's like a half. I don't dare to put that one completely full. Then it's gonna break the bucket. That's probably like 5 kilos of potatoes. So 10, 15. Oh, there's three long and 2 short rows. Maybe if we'll get the short ones here, then yeah, we might feed in the 4 buckets. If we can put 2 short in one. That's the same as 1 long, which will go in the second one. Then we got the 2 plastic ones. There won't be much left then, I think. But yeah, this should be pretty easy. It's like way easier now when the soil is dry. I kind of want to irrigate the stuff that's left here, but we definitely want to harvest this before irrigation, because it's so easy now when gloves don't get dirty, shoes stay dry, potatoes are very clean. Like, you definitely want to do this when it's like dry. When the dirt is dry, it's so easy. Like, you basically take it and put it there. Like, it's very minimal, like cleaning things. Smack it like that, and then just everything that stays here is big. If it's too small for that hole, then it's too small.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's basically that. Here we might need to dig a little bit. I don't think I got all here. I can lift the dirt up a little bit. Yeah, there's a few. 1, 2. Not much though. No, it's pretty. The dirt is surprisingly loose. It might be just the right moisture. Pretty easy. But yeah, I've usually just used. Next year we could probably buy new seeding potatoes. I mean, this year these I used. I just took some of last year's potatoes, and it worked. But next year we might try like a new variety or something, so we can buy a little bit of new potatoes. You just don't need much for, like, I think I put like, this was either 40 or 50 potatoes I put here, so it's like a couple of kilos of potatoes. So you can buy a little seeding potatoes pretty cheap. Like, look at these. Is that 2 or 1? No. This look at this guy.
Like.
This is a big guy. That's the biggest so far. That's decent size.
Big one.
It seemed like they grow pretty well this year. They're much bigger than last year. Maybe the soil is a little bit better here than there, but they're way bigger than last year. Really clean and yeah, the same variety, but it seems like they're bigger. Yeah, there's nothing to it. You just rip it out and take them. This is the easiest potato harvest I've seen. You just do that and take them from there. This digging is like optional. Just check that there's nothing left. Yeah, they're very nice and very big. Look at this guy. 3, 4, 5, 6 decent sized. Few small ones. I'm not gonna take the small ones, they don't stay in the bucket even. But yeah, that's like 1 potato harvest there. Or 1. And there's 1 more there at least. Yeah, check for greenness. I see at least 1 more there at the edge. It's too small, bro. Maybe it stays. If it doesn't stay there, then it's too small. Did it come through? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, just shake it a little bit like this. It hasn't really rained for, like, it rained 1 time, but in the last month it's like rained 1 time, so no wonder this is starting to get pretty dry here. And then throw the potatoes like this. They're gonna check if there's greenness. Some might have. This is okay. This is tiny bit. And then there's like these big guys here. Yeah, like you can dig it by hand like this. There's no need for me to have the. There's really no need for the pitchfork even. You can just do it like this. It's surprisingly loose, the dirt. It did rain a lot 1 month ago, but for some reason this year the soil didn't turn into like big chunks. Like it usually always like this. Well, that's good. Gonna make this a lot easier. A lot easier than I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, just lift up and shake and they're basically there. Huh. Always different. Like last year it didn't rain too much either, but it was much harder, the soil, that last year. Now this is very... You can just rake through it like that if you want. Yeah, we can put this second row half full at least. When it feels like it's starting to break, then before that it's good too. And now the clouds roll in, good, cooler. But 2 short ones, it's probably the same as 1 long. So if you can get, we have 4 boxes. If you can get this all in 1, then 2, 3, 4. 1 row per box, maybe it fits, or then we'll take a bonus box. But yeah, you can see the plants have like fallen over and they're starting to turn yellow. That's usually, then they don't grow, then it's good time to harvest. Yeah, just lift, shake. Take some that don't fall off. You see there's plenty of roots, they grew well. Look at this root, how many roots.
Yeah.
And this is just the bigger roots. The really small ones break off when you rip it out. Look at I don't think I've seen this much, the roots come out easy. It's like a beard of roots. No wonder there is decent sized potatoes. That one was maybe too green. But yeah, no wonder there's a lot of potatoes. A lot of roots. That one didn't have that much. No more deeper. You can see this deeper down. See how full it is of roots. Roots everywhere. Even in this like chunk that's pretty. Like there's some roots everywhere. This is like a little bit harder clay chunk. But even here there's roots inside. I don't think that had anything now. You can just rake it like this. Then you see if there's potatoes. I think that was all for the first row. Yeah. Should be pretty easy. That was 1 short row. Then we got 3 longer rows. There's maybe 1 that's too small. Yep, nothing there.
Loose, yeah, the ground.
It is surprisingly loose. This is like not super good soil, it's kind of clay. That's why there are these chunks. But it's quite unchunky this year for some reason. Good microbiome. Yeah, it seems it's kind of surprising because this year is kind of similar to last year weather-wise. Maybe it's been a little bit cooler, so that might be have been better for the potatoes.
Some more here.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't think the potatoes really like hot weather, so we haven't really had like any long stretches of hot weather. Some couple of days like in a row where it was like 30 degrees, but for the most part it's been between like maximum like 25, maybe a few days of 27. Here might be something. There's one. It's easiest to just dig by hand, yeah, check. Then there's usually nothing super deep. There was one. Well, that got sliced. Throw it to the side. There was one. But usually they're not super deep. But maybe it's easier if I rip from the side and you pick from the end. Then we have better room. This one has a lot of big ones here. Look at that. I see like almost 10 potatoes. It's pretty good. Is the bird liking it? Is the hare liking it? I saw there was a small hare jumping around here also this morning. We've had a big hare, now there's like a small hare also, so there's more of them. More of the animals. But yeah, it might be easier just dig, like when you push in this, there's always a chance of slicing a potato with this. I did one there, so it's probably easiest just dig by hand almost. It's so loose this year. It's probably easier that way. Less damage for the taters. Usually you have to dig with this. It's so hard that you can't do it by hand. And I can just grab the whole plant and rip it out. Yeah, this is now the first bucket is soon full, I think. I'll grab everything I see. See, that's good enough. Yeah, there's one. There's a big one. Yeah, usually you can see them like, oh, there's more here. They were so loose I didn't even notice I pushed these to my side here. Don't dig up. Here's a bunch already. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And you can check like this, but there's usually not anything like super deep. They seem to be all in that one
No.
kind of cluster.
You get pretty good, yeah, with the just combing through. Yeah, then you can, yeah.
There's this potato you don't want. This is not the good one. This is the one you put in the soil. Make sure to not take that one.
Host potato.
Host potato. And pretty much I did dig more dirt up, so there's not that many green ones. There was more last year. It's if you do the pull up more dirt properly, then you shouldn't get too many green ones. I've been kind of lazy on it some years, so. But it seems there's not been many greens here at all on this row. I maybe did a better job here digging up some dirt. There's one quite deep.
Greens, yeah.
Yeah, I dug up more dirt later. You know the re-benching or whatever it's called.
Is it like is it if it comes in contact with like the air, then
If sunlight.
yeah, then
So as long as you have dirt on the potatoes, then they don't get green. Last year I didn't do it at all, so it seems to be helping by pulling a little bit more dirt. Like I should have done it even earlier, but a few weeks after seeding, if you pull up some more dirt, then it's not gonna help. Gonna help by keeping the taters inside the ground, not on the ground, or completely inside the ground. Yeah, now you can change bucket because there's not that much left. Like we only have 3 long rows. This is already half. That's like 1 full row now.
yeah. No,
That's probably 10-15 kilos. It's gonna be a decent.
Yeah.
I'm guessing like 50 kilos of potatoes. It's pretty good. Last year we had much more and we got like not much more potatoes. Seems like it's yielding pretty good this year. Yielding better than last year. I did sprinkle on a little bit of organic fertilizer before we put these down also. That might help. But I think the biggest one is it hasn't been super hot. I think that's helpful for potatoes. Also having no wild boars eat them up, that's also helpful. We only have a rabbit that's kind of chewing on these carrots here. Oh yeah, now something has something been digging now here. It seems like it. We left a few here. Now they're like more eaten than yesterday. I think the hare has been back and dug up the rest. There's like some small tracks I see here. That's gotta be the hare. Like hare tracks. It's not deer tracks. We harvested like most of the carrots, but left a little bit. Now you can see it's like, I think there's no more carrots to harvest. Somebody has been digging here now. So now the rabbit has been digging. Maybe it was the small one we saw this morning. So there were some carrots here, but they're already harvested by us or by the rabbit. Rabbits attract foxes. Yeah, it might be, but it's the thing I've been saying whole year for guys that watch the stream is I've never had issues with rabbits in the garden. Like they've never eaten lettuce, they've never eaten carrots before in like the last 20 years, however long I've been harvesting or growing things here. So I wonder why the rabbits have changed this year, or hares. There's a little stump left of a carrot there. We can harvest the rest ourselves now, but I only had a little bit of carrots, but those went, and then I had like broccoli here. That also went in the rabbit's mouth. But the rest of the stuff is fine, of course. Or luckily. Maybe next year we have rabbits that eat everything. Then we need to put like fence around or something.
small wagon, maybe.
But yeah, it's not easy to keep the rabbits out. You would have to have a really like tight a fence with really small, like the holes in the fence need to be really small if you want to keep out a hare or a rabbit. And then it's got to be pretty high because otherwise they can jump over. And then if you get wild boars, then if you have the same fence, it's not going to keep the wild boars out because the wild boars will just go through the fence. Pretty much. Now the beans have also been eaten. Look at this. The beans have also been chewed now. At least the leaves. Oh no, it's the hare is advancing. It's eating. And has it eaten these also? Dill. I don't think I've cut like this. No, this has also been eaten. Oh God. It's spreading. Is it eating parsley also? I think our hare is evolving into eating everything. The lettuce might have been eaten, but that's so old already. We can't really eat that lettuce anymore. It seems like there's damage on these also now. Oh no. We might seriously need to.
But soon we have harvested all them.
Yeah. After we harvest the potatoes from the garden here, most is already harvested. Adopt pet owl. Yeah, there has been some owls here sometimes, but we might need. I mean, if you have a cat, it's not probably gonna catch a hare, but it might scare it away. Or maybe it's gonna try to catch the hare, but I don't know if a cat can. Maybe it can catch a small hare. But yeah, this is really the first year I have any damage of hares, or from hares. And the only other time I had damage was one year there was the wild boars that ate potatoes. And then one year we had some bird eat strawberries, I think. But it's been like not every year. It's been always like 1 year and then not again. But yeah, let's chug along here with the taters. Yeah, it's like the shake strategy is probably the easiest. And then the ones that don't want to fall off, you grab like this. There's like almost like 10 potatoes per plant. Depends a little bit. If there's no green ones or nothing, then it's like 10 per plant. Yeah, they were all there. Nothing deeper, I think. I just brought a handful of rabbits. Oh, maybe they can catch rabbits, and yeah. Or hare. I guess the hares they're a little bit bigger. Like the rabbit is smaller. The guys we have here, it's like technically it's like hares. Hare. H-A-R-E. They're a little bit bigger than like rabbits, I think. But at least when we had a cat before it died, then at least it tried to catch the hares. I don't know if it caught any, but several times you could see when it was loading up and trying to catch them. I don't know if it ever caught anything, but the cat was definitely trying. So at least it would probably scare away the hares a little bit.
Yeah, cats could probably
keep them away at least.
away.
That's a rock, not a tater. Yeah, there's nothing more there. Slightly green. That was really small. Yeah, that's pretty much it usually. They're not super deep. hairs are bigger, but it wouldn't stop them from trying. No, I'm sure the cats would try. They try to catch everything that's
Yeah.
reasonably, not super much bigger than them. They definitely like to chase things. There's some a little bit smaller. You can check if there might be green. And the bigger ones are hiding. Bigger ones are hiding in the dirt still. Luckily it's usually the small ones that are green, if anything is green. And the big ones underneath are fine. Yeah, that's it for this row, I think. First long row completed. And yeah, not much wind, so it's getting warm. Kind of good that we don't have super much to harvest. Could get a little hot.
Nice farmer's tan.
Nah, but it's in the morning. It's good. There, the sun is not strong. The UV is not super strong yet, which is good. If they go through, then they're too small. That's a good grader there. It's too small, it falls through, and then it's not worth taking. I think that should be all for the first row.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes. Only rocks and other stuff. 2 cats. Yeah, the cats we've had have always been like inside and outdoor cats. But in the winter, some of them really didn't like to go outside. And in the summer, they all like to go outside. But in the winter, some of them were like, nope, nope. If you leave them outside, then they'll like run straight back in. At least if there's snow on the ground, they're like, nope, nope, nope. Snow is not okay. Yeah, it's pretty loose, the dirt here. I think that was all for the first one. Yeah. I'm gonna again go to pull them to the side maybe. Almost don't need the pitchfork. It's kind of optional. Optional pitchfork. Here's again a couple of big ones. Big nice ones.
Yeah.
Really chunky boy. Unless it's a bobcat, those fuckers love snow. Yeah, I've seen a bobcat a couple of times. or lynx we call it here
Yeah, one like
in the wild.
just walk through here. Actually.
Just walked very close to the farm. You can kind of check if there's anything, but there's usually not anything below this like harder level. Now there seem to be all taters are all on top of that. Oh, here's a couple of green ones. You can see I didn't scoop up enough dirt. And there's a couple of clearly not okay potatoes.
Yeah,
Too much green.
turn green.
That might be okay. Nah, that was not okay. Here should be some bigger ones underneath. Oh yeah. There's a big boy. The big ones kind of make up for the small ones. There was a little bit chunky dirt now. Chunkier stuff. Yeah, we can easily fit like in this one almost like this whole thing, and then just in the plastic ones, just the last one. There's gonna be but a decent chunk. Seemed like the first row was almost growing the best. Maybe there's some good ones hiding here. Well, this one seems good. Not too much green in this one, I think. Yeah, this is good here. Don't see too much. See too much green here, other than the plant. You can dig down. You can use the pitchfork if you need to check. If you go enough from the side, so you know, then you're not going to punch any potatoes by mistake. Nah, doesn't seem to be. There's usually not too much more deep down.
Yeah.
But yeah, after this is harvested, then we basically, there's like some lettuce, like that's really old, you can still start flour. It doesn't really taste good. The dill is basically been eaten. Like some parsley you can grab from here, and the beans. But other than that, this part of the garden here it's mostly harvested already. Then we got in the greenhouse, we got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of gherkins and some tomatoes that are just starting to turn red now. So there should be a lot of tomatoes, a lot of gherkins from that one, all the way until it like at some point freezes. But yeah, from the outside garden, it's mostly done after this actually. Just some small stuff you can gather. That one good. Now this one was good. It just came out like it was. I can just open them up like this. Then you see where. Then you know where the main potato was. thistles. And soon that one is full, then we can put the red. We don't need the wooden ones. We can put it all in the metal and plastic ones. Yeah, it's usually, and once you dig down they're usually up there, or they're not like super deep now.
No, most I like.
Most are pretty close to the surface.
Harder, layer like.
Just rip all the weeds out if the bench is like that, then you can go through the hole. There might be some hidden, few hidden ones here and there. By fall, pumpkin squash and peaches should be ready. Yeah, we have. It's other than the summer hair damage here, it's going good. The watermelons, though, I wonder next year what we need to do, because the watermelons, I have them in the greenhouse. Grew pretty good, well in the beginning, but then as soon as they start to produce like the watermelon, then it kind of like disappears. I don't know if it like shrinks up. I should look closely at one, but something happens because there's no watermelons yet, so they're going to be some sort of fail this year. I wonder, it's the first year I'm growing watermelons, so I wonder if they have to be like outside, if they don't like it in the greenhouse for some reason, because everything else grows well in the greenhouse. But the watermelons, yeah, they're not really producing like fruit, and some of them have even like died. I think there was like some ants or something that maybe killed a few plants, because it looks really weird. They grow and then in a couple of days they like wither away. And there was some ants in there. I don't know if it's the ants doing it or what's happening. But yeah, it's always nice in the garden. You can kind of try all kinds of things. It's not the end of the world. There's always, every year there's always something that does not succeed and some other things that grow well. It's always different.
Yeah.
Even if the weather might be like really similar to another year, then it's still like different. Different things grow well and some things grow worse. Like the potatoes are better this year than last year. And all the berry bushes were crazy good this year also.
Mm.
It's always, yeah, a lot of changes from year to year. Like to be outside. Yeah, I put a lot of water on them, but I don't know what's going on.
Maybe put them outside, yeah, like.
Next year I'm going to try at least put a few plants, yeah, in the garden here and see what they do here. Maybe this row, yeah, then we can put the last one in the plastic ones. Seems to fit there. There's, of course, there's still like 3 plants left, but maybe that fits there.
Yeah, it's
Still got a little bit left here. But there are not too many weeds. I did weed the potatoes like once. But the potatoes usually they grow like a lot of leaves, and then the weeds are really not an issue. Just weed like once and then it's like good. A couple of weeds, but not much. Not too many weeds. Yeah, we're gonna clean these. I'm gonna start ripping out the last row. Last row from here. Oh yeah, this seems good here. Last row had a good start to it seems. Not a single green one and pretty big ones here, I think. we'll have to see with the strawberries over there. They have been there now like I think 2 years or maybe 3 years. So we might want to plant new strawberries next year. They usually produce like 2 or 3 years good, and then it's like start to fade out. Or maybe we'll just leave them for 1 more year, see if they produce anything. But next year I'm for sure gonna plant more strawberries, probably in the greenhouse actually. Because that's the only strawberries we have right now, not much.
It's funny looking.
Like a snowman almost. Weird looking guy. But yeah, it's okay like this. Pretty warm today, but it's okay to dig up the potatoes. Just take it pretty chill. We don't have much here, so it's fine. This one looks, it's got big green ones. This one probably has a lot of potatoes. You can see the plant is like, if the plant is bigger, then it, chances are there's more potatoes, man. This one was pretty chungus, big chungus. Yeah, this one had like 10 big ones. I don't see a single green one. These look good here. Yeah, you very little you do need clean. This is probably the cleanest I've ever harvested potatoes. They're like, when you take them out of the ground, it looks like this pretty much. That's that, like you could almost not, you don't need to, you just need to wash them like a little bit. They're almost like,
Yeah.
they're as clean as they can pretty much come out of the ground. Okay, good luck on your run. We're gonna get this. This is not too much here. 1 row left. Then we got harvest. Then I want to do some. I'm gonna cut some teasels and I'm gonna do some other garden stuff too. But at least we get this done now in the morning when it's kind of cool. Yeah, this last row seems good, so I can switch over. If that starts to feel full, then we can switch over to another box. And most of them are like that, and it's pretty easy to pick them up like that. This one. This one is one that's good shape. Found a little one. Here the smaller ones stay better. A little bit smaller holes. 1, 2, 3. That's 5 plants there. Let's see how much we get from 5 plants. Maybe 10 roughly 10 potatoes per plant. So 10x the yield. Probably if you're a professional potato grower, you got like more sandy soil, you can probably get bigger and even more potatoes per plant. But this is pretty good here in this type of soil. With almost no fertilizer. I did put a little bit of the same fertilizer we put on the fields. I put a little bit here, or it's not the same, but it's pretty much the same. I put a little bit on this whole garden part here, just sprinkled on a little bit. It probably helped a little bit. Yeah, all these thistles I'm gonna cut here on the side, so we don't get any more thistles than we have. There's some hidden. Gotta dig down a little bit. You can't just take from the surface. There was one big guy. But for the most part, they are pretty easy to get. But you can go with you don't need a pitchfork. It's the first year you can go just by hands.
Yeah, I haven't dug up. Like
Previous years you always had to. The dirt was so hard you always had to use a pitchfork. Now it's like he can dig like it's really loose, the soil, and also it helps that it doesn't stick to the gloves. That really makes it easier also. The gloves, I don't even have watertight gloves. Like these are just normal gloves, but they don't get wet. Otherwise, if it's wet, I would need to use the watertight, like the big mittens almost. Otherwise, you get wet hands, and then it's not fun. But this year, it's surprisingly, I guess not surprisingly dry, because it hasn't really rained in the last month, so like once in the last month. So. Kind of not surprising. I have still not irrigated though, because it rained so much then 1 month ago that I didn't really feel like now if I would grow anything more now you could like start to irrigate, but still if this month is dry it's fine now, because on the big fields when you start to harvest the grains, then it's good if it's 2-3 weeks without rain before harvest, then that's really good, because then the crop is going to be drier. Really dry, it might be 15 or under, then you barely need to do any grain drying. Yeah, here's a couple of big ones. There's usually 1 or 2 big ones in each plant. And they're really clean. Usually they have more of this like the skin gets like this really thick in spots, and it's like really like not smooth as this. I don't know what it's called, but this year they're really like smooth on the surface. Even that doesn't really make a big difference, but it looks nicer. And no rotten potatoes, and just a few green ones. So I think it was a better success this year than last year, or went better this year than last year. And yeah, onions we already harvested. The onions also had grew really well. I think the thing why they grew so well this year is it was not hot. I think that's a big, because I had onions last year also, they were smaller. Both the potatoes and onions are bigger this year. And the only thing I can think of is that it wasn't that hot this year. Not so much heat stress on the plants. Even if you irrigate, if it's really hot, it's still like a heat stress on the plant. This last row, I think this is pretty good, this last row. Might have been shaded from the other rows or something. Looks like they're a decent bit. Those are all green. I'm gonna throw them away. This one also. That's borderline. If it's really a little bit, you might, but probably just want to be on the safe side. I don't know how poisonous the green ones are, but you really shouldn't eat the green potatoes. There's some sort of toxin.
These are really clean, like.
There's some sort of toxin that gets created if like the potato is in direct sunshine. Somebody can probably look it up on some internet place. It probably says like how dangerous it actually is. But I'm pretty sure you don't want to eat it. Yeah, that was the last one. Those are really small. Might take that one. But then we just dig these up and then we're good. Looks pretty cool like this. Now you can see like there's a little bit more than a few more hiding, but this is how much there is potatoes. A few hiding in the dirt still. Guess we can put them almost, or should we put a little bit in that? We can put a little bit in that and a little bit in the last one. Then it's for sure not gonna break. I can start from this other end with the last box. Yeah. We have it here, so might as well, because this is plastic, so if you put too much weight in the middle here, I think this could break. So might as well put a little bit in this one, a little bit in that one. Now when we for sure have enough room. We didn't even need to use the wooden ones. Wooden boxes. Yeah, they're pretty much taking them from the ground there. Very little cleaning needed, which is nice. Yeah, basically just grab them like this. Oh, there was 3 hiding there. Like that one, it looked like you only had like under 10, but there was 3. These were hiding. This one was hiding. Then it's probably all. Yeah, that's from 2 plants. There's probably about 20 potatoes. 3, 6, 9. 3, 6, 9, 10. 3, 6, 9. Yeah, there's like, here I had 2 plants. They had like probably like 12 potatoes per plant that were qualified, and a few that I threw to the side. And not you. Sometimes you get this like little worm that digs into. There's like a little, might be a hole from that, but I don't see many potatoes. Sometimes they have these holes in them. This is like the first one I've seen that in also. That's also a good sign.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many.
Not too many potatoes with holes in them. These are kind of borderline. Here's a couple of big ones. Yeah, that deep down there should not be any more hiding. Can try with the rake with the pitchfork and just check that if there is anything, but yeah, should not be. But yeah, I would say there's probably at least 30 kilos of potatoes here, maybe 40, something like that. Decent amount. If we eat 1 kilo per week, it should still last until next spring. So even if there's not that much, but unless you eat like a lot all the time, then this should get us pretty far. Then you can always buy more if it runs out. Might be the last one. Can try raking through this rest, but it should be. I think we got all the taters. But yeah, all these plants and this will just dry down here, then we'll just plow this under. Those potatoes, they should die. I had this year, I had potatoes last year, there was one growing because it kind of survived. Even though I didn't think it's gonna survive, but sometimes you get that, but for the most part they die naturally if you leave them over the winter. Yeah, I don't think there's anything left here. seems good. Mm. You want to dig with this until there. It seems clean at least. Some harder chunks underneath. But yeah, we could somehow, this garden soil, if you dump like a lot of peat here, probably like half a load of, a tractor load of peat, and then mix it into this soil, then it would become less clay and even easier to work. It's surprisingly crumbly now this year, but some years it's really chunky. Some rocks. Throw it in the bushes there, in the trees. Hit the snake. Ow! Snake got hit by meteorite. Yeah, next time we boil, if you boil potatoes or make potatoes, we'll try with when you have boiled the potatoes, then you have boiling water, try to dump it outside on the weeds there, see if they die. They should die.
Yeah.
There's even like you can buy a machine that creates steaming water, then you can blast that on plants, then they will die like weeds. Like a organic weed killer. But yeah, that's it. Then we're going to take these all, put them in the shade there so they can dry outside for one day. Then we'll put them in the root cellar. And just stack them on the wheelbarrow and wheel them to the shady place where they stay in the shade all the time. Behind the house there's good.
Yeah.
Then in the evening almost you can put them, or tomorrow morning put them in the, maybe in the evening when they're super dry, yeah. Otherwise in the morning you have the dew. Put them there and then you can put them in the, then we can put them in the, there's one bonus. Find a bonus potato. It's a big one too. Bonus potato. But yeah, pretty good. Good clean potatoes. Surprisingly good shape, yeah, and good like clean, and one of the cleaner harvests I've ever had of potatoes. And yeah, not like this part, how many hours did I spend? Now we dug them up in maybe 1 hour. So, and then I put the potatoes in, that took maybe half an hour. Weeding a little, maybe put like 2 or 3 hours of work to producing this much potatoes. So potato is one of the, it's like there's a lot of food here. Like if there's 30-40 kilos, like that's a lot. For that amount of work, it's like a lot of stuff. But yeah, can we stack them all on one? Should put the metal on metal and then the plastics. Then we can stack them all into one wheelbarrow. If you put the metal one in the other direction there, it should work. Yeah, like that. Then I put this like this. I should put it, but this is not too heavy. No.
Let's put that first.
Then when we lift them off, we should weigh how much is there. I'm thinking they're like 30 kilos to 40.
Yeah, something like that.
But yeah, I can take the pitchfork also. We don't need a pitchfork here anymore. Or did you harvest all the carrots? I can see if there's any carrots left.
Maybe that.
After that, we don't need this anymore. Check if there's any carrots after the rabbit has been digging. Now I can see the rabbit even has been digging. Yesterday it seemed like it had only eaten the above ground part. Yeah, you can see there. It's like it's tried to rip it out, then it broke off. Then there's only like a little piece left. It's amazing how a rabbit is so strong that it can break a carrot like this. I didn't think a rabbit had that much power. I thought it could have been a deer, but the tracks here, they looked like really small. I didn't see any deer tracks. The deer track would be more like this size at least, I think. Like I saw more like this. Seemed more like a rabbit tracks. I mean, here you can see there's even some oats that's like flat, so something has been sitting there. And I mean, that's too small for a deer. There's been some activity. On the edge here you can see there's some oats. You can see the seeds have been stripped off here. There's no seeds. I'm pretty sure that's the rabbit or hare. Luckily here it's minimal damage. Maybe it's eaten like, worst case, like €1 of yield, so it's not that bad. But I've also not really seen this much of this stuff here, so that's still a first. But yeah, we'll take the potatoes now, put them in the shade, put this away. Maybe we'll take lunch break, then I'll come back. I need to cut all the thistles from the side there. And then maybe cut the hedge. We could maybe trim the hedge a little bit, or at least pull the weeds out from the hedge also. Some small things to do. But yeah, taters harvested. Pretty easy. Now we can try to wheel them in the shade without dumping them. I can leave my water bottle. I might come back here after lunch. Still do the long thistles there. I'm gonna cut those so they don't put more seeds. I'm not gonna take the weed whacker. I'm just gonna take the hand cutter. It's so little. I don't wanna start the other thing. I did weed that whole side with the weed whacker once, but yep, here we go. Maybe I should put them more here when you lift up, but maybe it's fine to go just 20-30 meters. It's pretty steep. Yeah, they might start sliding. Wait, stop. Need to put it like this. Maybe it stays there. Like put these against here. Now it shouldn't. Now it's gonna. But that's fine. Now it shouldn't slide this way too bad. John is too long for a wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
It's not the. No, go there. This is hard. Back out there. Steep uphill here. Back the truck up the whole way. Stinging nettle. I'm gonna cut all this stinging nettle also, yeah. I take the hand scissors and just trim down some stuff. Here you can see the gherkins, they're just flowering more and more and more. Each flower is like one gherkin. Here's like the watermelons. Like there's some plants, but it seems like doesn't want to produce any fruit. Back in the bush now. Left. Right. Need navigator. Navigator guy. If you're just close to the house there, then it should stay in the shade all the time. Then the potatoes you don't want the potatoes to get sunburn either. Not good. They can be on the wheelbarrow, then we'll put them underground in the evening. Just really close to the house there, so they should be in the shade. Shade. Just drive it real close to the wall. It might be in the sun otherwise still now, but as the sun goes over there it should be less and less. Yeah, that should be fine. Then they can dry in the wind there a bit more. And now there's some clouds rolling in. those boxes we can also put away. We had some bonus ones. Don't even need those. Guess we will put the bonus ones in the basement or in the cellar. We don't need these.
Yeah.
Here you could also put potatoes, but we don't even need these ones. We can take them in the root cellar. Didn't have that much potatoes this year. Here we'll put the boxes then when they are. Here it's nice and cool. We had this open so it dried up a bit, but here it's usually like under 10 degrees, even if it's hot outside. Connection probably wouldn't work here, but yeah. Root cellar. Do. But yeah, 10:40. Probably I'm gonna take a lunch break now, then I'm gonna start cutting some weeds still.
No.
Do a little bit of small stuff. Yeah. Yeah, in the evening we'll put those in the same place there. I'll leave you guys here outside again. We'll just go and eat something. And I think the pulse, I could maybe shut that off, or maybe I'm gonna have the belt on. I don't know if it works though, because when I leave it here, the cell phone's here. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I'm gonna be too far away. The other stats should not change because it's standing still. But yeah, I didn't think we raised the pulse too much there. Digging up, it was pretty easy to dig up the potatoes. It could have been harder. Little food break. We'll be back in a bit. I need to do some more stuff in the garden. är nog ganska torra nu, men de kväan kan de vasta man in. Take that away, then I guess we could, from the other one, we could put the pulse back on so people don't freak out again. We'll do some stuff. Oh, it's not showing anything. I might need to refresh. I'll try to refresh, we'll see if that fixes it. Okay, I guess we might have 0 pulse from this point. They didn't like when I shut it off and put it back on. It seems to not. I think it worked on the phone, so it's probably an OBS thing. You can go in, take from the against the back wall. There was 3 big ones. Take those. Yep, the longest, closest to the brick there. I saw there was 3 big ones. I can try to see if I can maybe get the pulse back on. We might be able to do something. Maybe. Like again, it was literally against the brick. Yeah, you can push them to the side if you can, so you can reach. There were 3 big ones. They were like in the same spot. Yeah. 3 biggies. See if we do this. Oh yeah, we did this. And we can do this. Now we do this. Oh no. And now it's working. 3 big ones, yeah. The gherkins are growing like you can hold. I can put the lettuce and stuff in the other one. We can put those. But there was no tomato. There's one that was slightly orange, but you could maybe try to taste one. There was one inside there that was kind of yellow or orange. Has it changed much since yesterday, or since I last checked like 2 days ago? These grow. Look, I looked at this yesterday. This is literally double yesterday. It's like thumb size now. I gotta try to remember, it's like this big now, then watch this tomorrow. We'll see if there's any tomato you could take. There's one that's kinda... Oh yeah, we could try that one. This one here. I'm gonna try this one, see if this is... You could try to eat... This one is... It's changed a lot from yesterday.
Yeah.
We can try to taste this. It's not red yet, but it's good enough to... Ready for tasting. There's gonna be so many tomatoes also if they just start ripening. And then some corn, the corn things you can also eat. Where is this guy going? This is a gherkin. Why is it up in the roof? Like it's gonna bend down, it's gonna break itself, or it's gonna drag the corn down. It's gonna be an issue soon. Like what the hell? This guy, we need to steer it somehow, like almost break it off, start to grow, so it would grow down. Like it's gonna be so heavy that it's gonna pull itself down or break itself.
Grows all over the place.
Yeah, it grows up the walls, literally. But yeah, I think I don't need to. I think I irrigated yesterday, so I don't need. Just close the door. But it's a jungle in there. It's growing very good inside there. surprisingly good. But yeah, let's go grab a little bit. I can take a little bit. There's not much here, but parsley. Then we can do some weeding, and then I can put the irrigation on here. Just a little bit. There's not much growing, but we can irrigate, like give these sunflowers a little bit of water. It's kind of getting dry here, and then irrigate this like for the parsley, and the little bit that's left here we can irrigate once more a little bit. Now when the potatoes are gone, it's we can irrigate this from here, this stuff, and I mean that's so old we're probably not gonna. I can cut the last deal you can take from here. Like you can take a little bit of this. This is still edible, but it's starting to be outside here. The season is kind of ending, and then we got in the greenhouse there still. Season is very much ongoing there. I'll take some dill and parsley from here. Maybe some lettuce, I don't know. It kind of tastes not so good anymore when it's getting old. And this dill is also soon pretty much gone. Good morning, Danger. I think the hare has been tasting this even. Like that's been chewed off, and that one. Or maybe we cut this off. We'll see how it changes here during the next days. Yeah, it might be also that I've just been cutting it. We'll see. But there's a lot of parsley here, so this is not really in any danger of running out. A little bit like that. Then the lettuce, I don't know. This stuff is pretty small. Maybe we could get a few leaves like this. This is pretty much also season over. Yeah, then I can cut the thistles from there, and then we put the irrigation on here. Just a little bit last time this year probably. Gooseberry. Yeah, we got the gooseberries still in the bushes there, but we'll pick them once they get super ready. Then they're like then they're really sweet and not so bitter. But yeah, this is now we can take. This is all ready to snack up. Bit of gardening. Yeah, in the morning we took up all the potatoes already. Now I'm just gonna cut some thistles here, and then we can put some water on these sunflowers and on whatever's left in the garden. I'm gonna cut the thistles also. They're also better to do before I irrigate. Should be pretty easy. I'm just gonna take here's some gherkins, and then we even got one. This is the first tomato that's now, it's not really red yet, but I think we can eat this and kind of test out the taste, see what it tastes like. Bitter greens. Bitter greens. But yeah, I'll grab the just the big scissor thing. Now there's some mushrooms. Weirdly now, after like 3 weeks after rain, now there's some mushrooms popping up. Kind of weird. Greenhouse looks overgrown. Yeah, it's like one of the gherkin plants has grown up along a corn plant, so it's like up in the roof of the building. It's like, what the hell? Why are you growing over there? It's growing like watermelons are not growing that well, but everything else in the greenhouse is like completely crazy. Growing like something else. could take the weed whacker, but we just have a little bit, so we'll take this one. Then we don't need to take the harness, don't need to put fuel in, don't need to drag out those damn string things. Just use this guy. Should work well for what little thing we need to do. We'll see, we could maybe cut the hedge even a little bit. I mean, I could cut the hedge, but we'll do this first and put the irrigation on. Yes. You can take the gherkins out of here. Otherwise I'm gonna forget these here. Oh, it's all turning. Yeah, they are. We can take a look at them also. But yeah, every day it's like changing. Even the stuff that germinated later here now, that's even starting to turn. The last stuff. Yeah, here we're just wanna cut these thistles down at least. Otherwise it doesn't really matter, but the damn thistles we need to eradicate. When I plow this way, there's like a little ditch here, so that's why I can't use the lawnmower here on the edge. I did mow this here, it's like flat, or there. But here's there's like a mini ditch and then there's the big ditch, so too uneven to run the lawnmower. Here's some of the orange thistles or the purple thistles. In the fields we mostly got the white, like the yellow thistle, but there's some of this also. This is the other type of thistle. Here's some rogue lettuce. I don't know if that came from this year or from last year. And this last bit doesn't really have any thistles. There's just a little bit of twitch grass, which is kind of not so bad. Thistles are the ones I really want to keep out of the garden or out of any place. 4th month with no rain. 4 months in a row, that's bad. That's like the whole summer. Here it actually hasn't, in the last month it hasn't rained, or it rained like one time I think. Like, was it 7 millimeters and then another day like 7 millimeters. But since the start of last month it's not rained much here, but it's okay now because it rained 100 millimeters last time. So then that water I think was enough for the crops, because yeah, now it's getting dry. You can see in the garden here it's starting to get dry. But yeah, if any month is dry, if we get no rain in August, I'm fine with that. No issues with that. it would actually be like very good. It's probably gonna rain a little bit at some point in August, but hopefully it doesn't rain too much in August. We have switched into the other mode now where it's like rain is no good. It's not gonna help the crops anymore, it's just gonna ruin the quality if we get like a bunch of rain. But the forecast looks okay here for now. It doesn't show too much rain, so if that stays like that, then yeah, it would be good because we're gonna get a decent bit of oats. So the drier you can get it off the field, the better. Especially now when the costs of drying have gone up because the fuel is, or diesel is more expensive. Rogue strawberry. Really not strawberry season anymore, but I think we found a rogue strawberry. August strawberry. But yeah, the diesel prices, yeah, it's kind of crazy because it's like one day it's up, then it's down, the next day then it's up again, then it's down. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down. It's actually crazy. Now we have cut the thistles. Yeah, it was just a little bit around the edge. So now we can put the irrigation here. Or should I put it on the other things first? I have to do it in two parts because they're too far away. Maybe we'll put it here first and then we'll take it there later. There's still some beans growing here and parsley, and I guess it doesn't hurt if we get a little water on the strawberries, even though they don't produce anything this year anymore. But we'll put the irrigation somewhere here first, and it can be here for like maybe an hour and a half or something. We'll see if we can get the hose dragged out here. And yeah, then we can put the irrigation on. Then we need to, there's some stinging nettle we need to get rid of and other things, but we can put the irrigation on first. I think we have to go through the forest or through the trees there to have enough hose here. But yeah, this is the first time I'm irrigating since May probably. So it's been pretty good. I didn't have to irrigate a single time in June and July, so that's probably a good sign. And the grass is still, for the most part, green in every part. But yeah, it would have been almost perfect this far now this season if we would have gotten, in May it was still kind of dry, so the start was not the best. But then after that it's been actually decent. Yeah, now it should be enough. Get enough hose out here. We'll just put it somewhere here, I guess. I think it was Does it go on this way? It goes this way, I think. Put it this way. It sprays this way. Maybe it's the other way. I never remember when I limit it so it goes only 180 degrees. Maybe this one needed to be put down. No, it's definitely limiting it here. There, so does it go like... Why does it not? Should this be up or down? I don't remember. I think this was supposed to be down. Now it's gonna limit there and there. Yeah, now it should be. I think this is the right setting. We'll have to put the water on and come back here. I think it should be right now, but we'll find out when we put some water pressure on, see what's happening. See what's gonna happen. Water from the well. Yeah, when I irrigate here, this comes from the well there. The house here also has like, there's water coming from, there's like a pipe underneath the fields that comes, that also is water to the house, but for irrigation it's much cheaper for me to use the water from just the well on the farm. Only uses a little bit of electricity to pump it up. Otherwise it's like the water itself doesn't cost anything. And we started it like 12, so it can run there for probably an hour and a half. At least 1 hour. Definitely spraying somewhere. We'll see if it's going the right way. Oh, yeah, it seems like it's going the right way. Hopefully it's not stuck. Sometimes it gets stuck at the end also. No, it's going the wrong way. It's spraying in the forest now. Not good, not good. We need to turn it. I guess if we turn it 180 it should be good. Yeah, it's spraying that way now. Not the way we want it. It's going, I guess, from there to there now. If we put it this way, now it should be right. It's kind of not moving also. The water pressure too low. Or is it moving, but very slightly? It is moving, it's just very slightly. Water pressure might be low right now. Let's see if it starts to pump soon. Then the pressure goes up. Or I might have actually there might be a twist on the hose, because the pressure is so poor. Yeah, let's check the hose. I think we might have a twist somewhere. Now it started to go better. It looks fine. Fine-ish at least. Don't see any obvious places where... it was just probably the pump was just starting to pump. Now it's pumping. Now it's going. Now it's going. Now it's sounding more normal, I think. And it should go here 180 and then back. Maybe I got some settings here weird. Should go faster than this. Wonder if it's... Now it's the other way. Maybe it's pretty normal now. I thought it was going like a little bit faster. We'll see when it does a complete like 180. Sounds like the water pressure is low. I still gotta check the hose so that there's no like twists on it or anything. Otherwise there shouldn't be anything. It really doesn't need to go in the grain there also. I think it's pretty normal. It should be okay. You can put it this way though. It doesn't need to go in the dry grain there. That's not needed. Kind of moving slow, yeah. I think the water pressure is still low. I think it went faster from edge to edge before. I'm gonna double check the hose that there's no leak. It's not leaking here anything more, I think, than normal. That's fine. Then it's going there. Here it's good. I don't see any. Sometimes it can twist on itself, or if it's like this. If it does like this, then it completely stops, but it's not doing that. This seems fine here. I don't see any obvious too sharp turns here. Maybe behind the bush there's something weird going on. It seems fine. And over there, I think it's fine. Maybe it's dragging this a bit. Should be good then, I guess. I haven't irrigated in a while. Maybe I'm just used to. I thought it was like spinning faster. Maybe here it was, yeah. There might have been a little bit of tightness here. Now it should be good at least. As good as it's gonna get. Yeah, now it's sounding. Maybe it's a little bit tight there, then it narrows down the hose a bit. Then at the very beginning there, it was a little bit tight there, I think. Now it's sounding like higher. The frequency is higher now. Yeah, now it sounds normal. Kind of sounded like it was struggling a bit. Let's see, hopefully it's not stuck at the end. Now it seems like it's stuck at the end again. What's up with the irrigation? Do I have some settings wrong there or what? Now the pressure went up. It's still going that way. Yeah, now I think it's working. It goes like this to the other side and then comes back with the other sprayer way. Now if it doesn't go into oats, then it's good. It's going pretty far now. It's probably high pressure now when it just pumped. Could adjust it. You can adjust how far it throws. I could adjust it a little bit shorter. I think you can adjust that somewhere here. it was this one. Max or min here, you can, if you go closer, it's almost max here. If you go like this, now it shouldn't throw it as far. Yeah, now it's also maybe higher pitch when it's not throwing as far. Yeah, now it's sounding completely normal. You only need to irrigate like not so far, so you can adjust both how far it throws and then you can adjust even to like drop size and things, but now it's not flying on the neighbor's field either. Now it's probably pretty good. And it's limited to doing like only 180 here, so it should only irrigate the garden. It doesn't need to irrigate the trees behind us. No, is this not tight? Now this can spin freely, I guess. It's not leaking there, so it should be good. It sounds a bit lazy. It sounds a bit lazy. It goes very slowly to the side now. I wonder if there's like some... I try to keep the hose clean so there should be no blockage. I think it's working fine enough, but we might need to open it up before we move it. Like now it's going fine when it's pumping. Yeah, it's probably good. Good enough. This is only like kind of like a marginal irrigation here at the end of the season. Talk about rain and it comes. Yeah, here in the garden, when you need rain, it rains. That's for sure. I wonder if it's like... And then it turns around. You could adjust this. Can be a little bit more like this. Should be working. From here, I think you could adjust the drop size, how big the drops are or something. Should be pretty fine like this. Now it's not flying. I think it's gonna go to the oats. If it goes a little bit there on the edge, it's fine. For the most part, it doesn't go in the oats now. It's probably pumping now, so it's going. Yeah, it's going right to the edge now. That's fine. Don't want to make our oats wet. But yeah, while this is irrigating now, it's gonna be at least until probably 1:30 or something. Then we can do some other things. Cut some stinging nettle. Maybe cut some other things. Here was some stinging nettle also. Get rid of that stuff. Otherwise, when you walk here, it's like not nice to have like one stinging nettle like hanging out like that, just waiting to sting you in the legs. big one. Here's some a lot of stinging nettle here. Thistles. I think from the berry bushes we got the thistles removed pretty well. Gonna check the other, just get rid of these damn thistle bushes. What's going on there? There's one that had like a lot of like, what are they, black? Is it some sort of seeds or what's that? Some sort of stuff. Soapy water and table salt. Yeah, it might work. I've seen like if you have boiling hot water and dump it on them, that's also gonna kill pretty well, I think. But yeah, I think from the bushes here we got them pretty well removed. And in this, like, whatever this was called, some sort of bush, these berries are easy to pick. There's no, I don't think there's any thistles here. There's only a little bit of this weed, twitch grass. I think we can cut it a little bit like this. Don't cut the bush, just cut the grass a bit. Probably get rid of a little bit of it. This bush is like flowering, but this one grows though like those like white berries, and this you can't eat. But yeah, there's a bunch of bees here. This is like a late bloomer, it seems. It's blooming now, like everything else has pretty much like flowered out. But this one has some flowers, it seems. And there's a lot of bees because of that. A lot of them. Well, like 15, 20 at least. Buzz, buzz. And there's these berries are getting gooseberries. Gooseberries. This is gooseberries here. These we haven't picked yet. These are like ready pretty late in the season. They're starting to be good now. They're red. Then there's another gooseberry bush at the other end there. White berries are good for smoking. Yeah, I don't know this. I don't know if this is like what this is called in English even. It's like, what is it even in Swedish or Finnish? But it's like, it has like these white berries, completely white berries, and you can't eat them. They're poisonous. It might be snowberries. It might be, I don't know what it's called officially. But there's quite a bush of that here. Goose, yeah, that's gooseberries, the red ones. Gonna pick them soon. when everything else is picked, then you can pick the gooseberries. They're almost in the same category as lingonberries, like very late in the season. And yeah, surprisingly, ant hill here. These ants make their hill out of like dirt. But yeah, there's also a lot of ants this year. Ants everywhere. Which is good because I think the ants eat like ticks. So it's good to have. I rather have ants than ticks. Whiteberries are snowberries, very toxic. Yeah, I know you can't eat these. When I was young, my mom said that yeah, definitely don't eat these. Definitely toxic. But yeah, I think we could maybe cut the hedge a bit, since this should be pretty good here now. Maybe here at the other end. Let's see if there's any thistles here. Might be some stinging nettle here. And then don't get wet don't irrigate ourselves. I need to teach the hare to eat those guys. I need to teach the hare to eat the thistles. Yeah, the hare needs to go here and eat all the thistles. Yeah, we could check the hedge. I don't know if I wanna. Could just manually just eyeball it. And well, there's a dead bird. And something has been eating on that also. It's not a cat, that's for sure. That was just a random dead bird. Have a few snowberries, little hare. Yeah, what if the hare eats the snowberries? It's probably gonna die. Yeah, I see the hare has been in here, I think. I can see some oats has been flattened. There's like a little something has been sitting there and something has been sitting there. Because I saw there was like a little hare here now, so there's like maybe more than one hare currently. They have caused a little bit of damage in the garden, and a little bit of damage for the oats here. Yeah, it's getting dry here, so you can start to see the cracks again. Of course, this is really poor soil here, so it always shows first here. But yeah, this hedge, I mean, I guess we could trim at least the top end of it a little bit. Hares and rabbits are a pain, especially when they burrow. Yeah, we don't have they don't go in the ground here, so that's not an issue. But they eat stuff a little bit, and it hasn't been an issue before this year. But yeah, we should probably just stand close to this and then maybe cut it down to. I cut it down to this length, yeah, last year, like maybe here. So maybe now I should cut it maybe to the pocket height. Maybe that would be a good height. Yeah, just a little bit higher than last year. Maybe 10 centimeters higher, 5 centimeters higher. Just trim the yearly growth off a little bit. I don't know sideways if we need to do much. Sideways it might be fine, but lengthwise we could trim it a little bit. Might look a little better. If we do if we go pocket lower end of pocket, that would be like here. A little bit higher than last year. Like here, that might be good. We don't need to cut that, then cut that one. That could be good, I think. Cut everything above that. Yeah, I think that's gonna be enough this year. Last year I think I cut the sides also. I think it's like, it can get a little wider, it's fine. Like the width is, it's not like too wide or anything. But lengthwise we can cut it a little bit back here where it's grown nicely, then it's like, it's gonna look a little bit better, I think. Then the grass, you could do something, we could cut a little bit the grass that's growing. Once the hedge gets really dense, there shouldn't be too much grass. I can mow on both sides and it should take care of most of the grass stuff. But if we do like this, hip height maybe. How old are they? These were planted. These are the same trees that we planted 2020 in the forest. There was a little bit left over when we planted in the forest. Then I put some here in like a hedge. So this is like 5th or 6th summer. 5th summer, I guess. 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, 6th summer probably. And I've cut them a few times. But it's slowly starting to look like a hedge. I think I don't want to make this like a super tall hedge. We might make it like maybe this high or something. But if I cut it already now, it's getting nice and thick now, or dense. So it should be getting better. There's a couple of spots where some animal ate like a spruce, but it's recovering there. So once we trim this a few more years, I think it's gonna look pretty good. But yeah, we're gonna go like, keep this cutter like this, like hip height basically, and cut everything above that, even the sides if they're coming up, and the grass we can cut. You could have a hedge cutter for this, but I only have 20 meters or 50 meters of hedge here, so I think I'm going to use this. Maybe at some point, if this is too much, then we can use or buy a hedge cutter. But this works for now pretty good. Like here was a couple that were destroyed a little bit. There was probably a deer or something ate them. But this one is alive and this one is alive, so we'll just let them grow up. Then it should be more like uniform. Now there's a little dip there. There was another one somewhere there where there was some damage. But yeah, that's already gonna look a lot better once you... Just a little change, just cutting off the long growth there. It makes the look a lot better already. And then if you really wanted, you could trim the sides, but I don't think we need to do that now. Let's go this way. I'm not measuring anything, I'm just eyeballing it from myself here. Try to keep about the same length from the ground. These we don't need to cut, they're basically almost short enough. These have grown well here. Here it's really good dirt, I think. Here even the trees grow well here. You need to cut a bit more. What we want to do is we want to cut all the stinging nettle from here also. Yeah, it's going to cover these. These pipes will be very well covered here soon. Once the hedge goes a little bit higher, and then it's going to like you almost won't see the pipes. But yeah, this is where they dug down under the field here. There's a pipes. They're coming here then they come here, I think, continue there, then the 2 pipes go here, and blue is the water, I believe, and the red is the sewage. And here you can you can shut it off from inside there if you need to completely shut it off from the house. And then the pipes continue to go there. You can see where the grain is growing not so good. That's where they dug down the pipes, and it goes over there and along the field there and to the neighbors there. That's why this edge is like better, then it goes down here, and also here is like a really bad air, and then it goes there. Part of it is because when they dug up when they put the pipes down, they dug up like this, like bottom soil, like that's really, it's really clay down there. If the surface is some clay here, then if you go down 1.5 meters, it's like this, like blue clay. And as you can see, when they put the dirt back, they didn't really some of the blue clay ended up at the surface, so that's why it's growing even worse here, where they dug up like the really, really bad clay from underneath. But it's getting slowly, it's getting better. How high? Let it go 4 feet. Yeah, I think now it's maybe between 2 and 3 feet. Maybe it's 3 feet now, but it can grow a little bit higher, at least high enough to cover these. But I don't want like a 3 meter high hedge here. Maybe somewhere between 1.5 and 2 meters. Maybe 4 or 5 feet. I don't know, something like that. I'm just going a little bit, just looking every year at it and see how it looks, and then at some point we'll just cut it and not let it grow higher. Yeah, from here on you don't need to cut. These last ones haven't grown that well. Here we don't really need to trim at all. This is all lower. But yeah, already it looks a lot better. And then next year once it grows a bit more, then I can trim the sides also, then it looks even better. I think for this year, I think it's good to just trim the length growth a bit. Because if it gets a little bit wider, then it's a little bit stronger. The trees have more needles, and then it's going to be less. It's going to be less less grass to mow if we let it grow a little bit wider, a little bit more shade. I guess we could mow this grass a bit. I'm gonna cut the trees here, but the grass we could a little bit cut off. Doesn't really matter, this grass, but I guess it might look a little bit better if there's none of that. And there was some stinging nettle. We definitely need to remove that. Eradicate the stinging nettle. There's one bird I've been hearing here. It has it's got very diverse song. It sounds like many different things, but I believe it's the same bird. I haven't seen which one it is, but like that one. It's a wee-oo. It's like very complicated bird song. I didn't see where it is, but I kind of hear it. Is the combine already ready to go? Almost. We need to put the straw chopper back on, put the auto steer on it, maybe change a few belts. There is some things to do on it, but there shouldn't be anything major. Nothing majorly broken. Now when we fixed the straw chopper, had some kind of major failure last year, but now it's we put new tin on it, so now it's not leaking outside. Now it's working properly. But yeah, with the auto steer, I can't put it in a combine right now because I think it's gonna be right at the same time when we start harvesting. Then we need to mow the grass fields. So I'm thinking we can mow the grass fields first and then we put the auto steer in the combine, like immediately after that, because it's gonna be right at the same time almost. But I'm hoping the grass is growing so much that we can mow the grass just before we start harvesting. I think that's gonna be the way we go. Now the wind is picking up nice. Immediately feels better. Yeah, that bird. What kind of bird is it? It's got all kinds of weird sounds. One of the more diverse bird sounds I've heard. Usually they're more like the crow is like quack, quack, quack. That's like one sound on a repeat. But then some birds have actually way more finesse in the bird song, I guess. That one has a really, I don't know if it's like, I don't know what bird that is at all. I haven't really heard that sound before too much. Sounds like it's in this tree, but I don't see anything. Might be one of the really like tiny birds. That's a rare sound. It is like wee is the one sound. It's gotta be some a little bit more rare bird. It can't be the most common ones. But yeah, a lot of if we put like a new wood burner in the basement there this year, then they were also like, this is the main electric inside there, the main electric thing, like that measures how much power is used on the farm. They were and changed that also, so inside there that's new. Like it seems like this year there's like a lot of like, we put new roofs on 2 buildings. There's like a lot of quite a bit of like things that have changed this year actually. This luckily didn't cost us anything. They just, I don't know why they changed the meter there or measuring thing. Maybe it was something that they have changed on their end and they need to change these. But luckily that didn't cost us anything extra. But they put new thing in the box there. But yeah, now the hedge looks way better already when you cut the top. I haven't cut the sides, but that already looks a lot better. Then I think next year we'll trim the sides. But yeah, now we got things cut. Ant hill, of course. Then we got the wasp nest right there. Should we cut that? I don't think we're gonna cut that. I don't think we're gonna cut this bush at all, because there's a wasp nest right there. That's also a first. I've never seen a wasp nest in a bush like this. It's always been in like very close to the ground or up in buildings. But there's a wasp nest right there. Just casually in the bush there. Don't wanna cut that one for sure. Yeah, now we just need a robot to go through this field and do this. Cut the thistles off above the oats. I think that would be one good thing you could do with a drone. If we have like a tiny drone, but if you have a little bit bigger drone, then put some sort of cutting thing on it and then slice off the thistles above the oats, because they're pretty much all taller than the oats. I think they were trying it in one place, or they're gonna do some like testing that how well would that work to cut off the thistles. then when you harvest, you wouldn't harvest as many of the thistle seeds. They would like fall to the ground between the oats. I think I would be willing to try that on our fields here. Came across a wasp nest once on a job when I was using strimmer. God, never again. Yeah, if you hit the nest, then I've hit like a couple of times when I'm in the forest and I'm cutting down the trees, like doing the first thinning in the forest or like brush cutting. Then you have I've got the brush cutter running, so you have no hearing, like you don't hear the bees flying. Then you're just walking, and then that's where they always put their nest in the ground, or they have like, when there's like a pile of branches, like a little pile that you can walk over, then the nest is like inside there. Then you're just casually, you're mowing the trees like this, then you walk, you don't look at the feet all the time, then you just walk on their nest. And yeah, imagine if they get angry from that, and then all of a sudden you're like mowing, then all of a sudden it starts to fly more things around. Then I felt like one time it bit like here somewhere, or maybe it was like between I got long sleeves, but it bit like through the glove or in the, like here in a small space. And then when one bites, yeah, then you realize now something is wrong, and then you look around and you see like hundreds of them. That has happened like at least 3 times to me when I was in the forest. And it's not a pleasant. If I would have my heart rate monitor on like now, then the heart rate would probably go up to pretty close to 200. Because then you're like running the other way as fast as you can in the forest there. It's like uneven ground, and maybe dumping the brush cutter somewhere, and yeah, holy moly. It hasn't happened on stream yet, but it happened before I was streaming, when I was doing it in the forest a few times. And yeah, that's not fun. At least I found out I'm not allergic to them, because I didn't die when one bit me, or stung me, but holy moly did it hurt. Holy moly. But yeah, was there anything else? Yeah, there was the weeds over there, but I think we're gonna try to just put some boiling water on them, see what they do about that, because they come back here so fast. Same with anthills, they're pain, especially flying ones. Yeah, it can also be, if you step into those, they could be also bad. Usually when I'm in the forest though, I got my long boots, so like snakes and ants usually aren't an issue, but I mean they could if you really step into a hill. Like here's a little bit, but this particular weed here, it's like coming back in the gravel. I think I cleaned this out like last fall or something. Now there's like a lot of weeds again. I think we're gonna try, like if we boil potatoes or something, we could try to dump the boiling water here, see what it does. Otherwise I will just have to mechanically again rake them loose or something. Or yeah, eventually I probably want to put like concrete bricks here or something, pavers, whatever they're called. Like fill this gravel area with those instead. Then things can't grow, or then things can only grow in the between the tiles. But I could put like some sort of a nice square here and this path here. Put like some sort of pavers here, or those you can buy those like big, but they're kind of expensive. The big like flat rocks, and put a bunch of them here. Like I see something like that could happen in the future. But for now we'll just leave it like this. Salt and soapy water. Yeah, I could try that also. I could try different things here. Like leave it like this, then try one square with boiling water, one square with salt and soapy water, and see what happens. See how well that keeps stuff away. But yeah, here's the potatoes. We got them here just drying up a little bit in the shade. Then we'll put them in the cellar later today. But yeah, these were pretty nice this year. Pretty clean. The dirt was dry, so it was easy to pick them out, and a decent bit. There's probably at least 30 kilos here. That's pretty nice potatoes. Yeah, it's a decent amount. I only had a little bit this year. I only had maybe like, I don't know what there was, like 10 square meters or something. I didn't have much this year. But that's a good amount. Good amount of taters. See if the irrigation, how much? Oh, it's gonna be in half an hour. I'll leave it out for longer. Grab my water bottle. Now it seems like it's moving faster from side to side. I wonder if there was some like stuff in the actual sprinkler or something. Now when some water has flowed through it, like flushed out some things. Now it's going faster from side to side. More like it used to do before. But yeah, we can go take a look at the combine a little bit. We can't put the straw chopper, we could put on soon, but the neighbors, we got the neighbors combine in there. Dad fixed some things on there. They had some issues with the engine, and maybe there were some other things that were switched out. So some repairs were done to the neighbors combine, but they should come and pick it up in a couple of days. Then we have a room, then we can take our own combine and start working on that. But yeah, straw chopper needs to be kind of lifted in place and bolted in. Shouldn't be too hard. I mean, it's good to have a couple of guys because it's pretty heavy. We might need to lift it with the tractor to get it in there. But yeah, roof is working. We even put, like in the old nail holes, we put like this silicone thing, so now it's like completely, even the old tin is like completely watertight. And then as you saw, yeah, we put the subroof underneath also, the like plastic, so even if it would leak here, then there's like underneath there's like plastic. So yeah, we'll see. The only thing I could do here is I could paint this black, because we had black tin, but we only had black tin for one side. So this is black. It's also a little bit different kind of tin, but this is completely done here. This is completely done, but I might paint this. I mean, the big roof there, that has never been painted. It's kind of fine. That roof, little roof there, actually has some rust. We might, next year, we might need to switch those out. I actually see some rust there. Usually on this type of tin you don't get rust even after like 30, 40, 50 years. But over there I see a bunch of rust actually. Maybe that's next year's project. That's not too big roof, but switch out those tins. We have definitely some old tins like this still left that were in good shape. Could switch that out. Maybe then it's time to buy some paint and paint these. I mean, it's actually the black paint, you put black metal paint, it's actually pretty expensive. I think if I wanted to paint the little building there and this, and I think how much was the paint? I think it was like, for 20 liters, like you don't use that much, it's thin, but it was like, was it 200 euros per 10 liter or something? It's pretty, then the paint would be more expensive than this tin here. It's kind of expensive, the metal paint. Crazy money. Yeah, I think it's like, because like if you buy normal like red paint for the wood, like that's not too expensive, but the metal paint, it's pretty expensive, yeah. And then I would need to wash this with some sort of like metal cleaning agent first. and then paint it black maybe. But we'll see. I mean, it's fine. This one is like this and this one is black. It's like whatever. The other building has like it's this same color as this big building. I mean, that roof has been like that for what is it, like 30 years ago since that was built. So I mean, it's fine. There's no rust. So yeah, we'll see about that. At least it's got a new roof now. It's not leaking water. That's the most important part. The old tiles were they were so full of moss that there might have been somewhere where it was starting to leak in. So at least it's a new roof now. That's the most important part. And we got rid of all the black tin and quite a bit of the other tin also. Put it in some sort of use. But yeah, here's the combine, but there's two of these. There's two of these here. What's going on? Two of the same combine. 680. So yeah, one of the neighbors has this one. It's almost the same as ours. I think ours is like a couple of years newer, but they're basically the same combine. Looks very similar. It has a little bit different tires, and then I think the header is also a little bit different, but yeah, two almost the same combines. But yeah, the neighbor should come and pick this up soon. Then we got room, then we can get ours out of here. And then put this one back on. Straw chopper. Yeah, here you can see we replaced this whole section here. It was like the metal was wearing through. There's like inside there's the blade spinning that chop up the straw, and it flies out here. Then over the years, over like 30 years or whatever, it was starting to wear holes into the metal here. So we had to just cut out a piece and put in new metal. Kind of like a big repair, but not an expensive one. So now it should be good for, it's going to be good for as long as this combine is used. If this lasts another even 10-15 years, then that should be enough. Then everything else is wore out on the combine, because this will not wear out now. It's good for a long time. This one here needs to go up here underneath. It's so heavy, we're probably gonna lift it with the tractor. I think we lifted it with the tractor, because there's the big axle in the middle and the straw chopping like knives. There's a bunch of these knives here. These guys. Similar ones to the mower, but yeah, once that spins, these will chop all the straw. And this whole thing weighs probably 100 kilos at least. So yeah, it needs to go underneath here. And then we got the one other project. We could take this trailer out. All those pallets, I think we're gonna put them in we built the mobile barns, I call them. It's like a trailer with a roof. I think all those would fit into one trailer, so then we could get rid of them here, get some more room here. Because it's kind of a little bit crowded here in the corner. Because those you rarely use them, but sometimes you need them, so they could be underneath the trailer instead, or inside the trailer. Then they're not taking up the space here. That we can do at some point when we have this trailer out of here. Yeah, better to go outside the other way. Go check the oats a little bit still. How the grass field. We can go check the grass fields actually. Both the oat field there and the grass field. It's growing. The grass is growing pretty good, like surprisingly good, because yeah, in the last month it has not rained that much, but it rained so much before that I guess there's still the grass roots are still finding water like deeper down, because it's starting to be pretty dry now. Like nothing like super dangerous, but it seems like it's growing. We can take a look here at the end. A quick crop update again. But yeah, this part was now mowed with the sickle bar mower. So now it's even easier to walk here. Check the places. Let's look at this oats. This is the one variety, then we got the other on the other field. Yeah, it's definitely getting more yellow. I see some that are still completely green, but most are like this now. See how hard these are. So it's definitely looking good. It's not rained on it, so it's very bright yellow. It has very nice color. As long as it doesn't rain many times when it's ready, the color is very good. It's like very like light yellow. Let's taste it. Pretty soft. Obviously it's not 100% done yet. But it's definitely getting there. And I see there's some lighter green ones. But it's looking more and more yellow all the time. Yeah. Still, I would say still 2 weeks. It's with the oats, it seems like it's good to be patient. Like after maybe 1 week or something, you could maybe try to harvest it, but we have had very good experiences with waiting with the oats quite a bit, making sure everything is ready. Everything is yellow. Even the straw gets a little bit more yellow. Then it combines much easier. Yeah, the combine has a way easier job. If you try to harvest it when it's too green, it's like it doesn't want to come apart. It's way harder on the combine. And then of course if the grain is more wet, then your drying cost goes up. So it might look pretty yellow, but we want to wait at least 2 weeks. I think we're going to be probably pretty close to the same time we started last year. If we started like 20th of this month, I mean it's probably going to be pretty close to that this year. That's like, what is now 5th today, 4th, 5th, like at least 2 weeks I would say. But yeah, here's a massive anthill. What the hell? Look at this guy here. It's in the middle here where the road comes in, so there was nothing in the spring here. What the hell? It's like the ground ants. You can see the nest it's made of like dirt. And it's still some sort of ants. It's not like termites or anything. But it's like a dirt nest. Crazy. It's this year I've never seen this many like just random small anthills everywhere. Like out on the field there's one, and here's one, and like where's not one? Yeah, they have stacked like a bunch of dirt. There's like the nest is probably like it's like 30 centimeters high in the middle there, and that has all happened in like 3 months because there was nothing in the spring there. Yeah, ground ants. Not an ant expert, but that's probably some other sort. It's like the ants they're really tiny and they're black. The normal ants that make a hill out of like needles, they're like bigger and they're more like brown. These ones are like black and really tiny. Crazy. Hello there, 20 beers. How far are you from harvest? We were talking about it a little bit. I would say 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, there might be another field that's even more ready than this, but then we got the couple of fields that are like for sure 3 to 4 weeks. But this one or the other one, there's 2 that are maybe a little bit closer, but at least 2 weeks. For sure 2 weeks. Probably 3 weeks. But yeah, we can go take a look at the other field it's way more uneven. This field had pretty even germination, so it's pretty even everywhere. So once it's good in one place, the whole field will be ready. But Then we got these couple other fields that it was really dry in the spring, so the germination was pretty uneven here. So this field is like, you can see there's still some completely green parts and then there's some yellow parts. So we'll have to wait a little bit more for this one. But it's kind of good that not all the fields will be ready in one go, so then you have time to harvest one, dry it, get it stored, and then start with the next field. Yeah, you can see here this one, there's some like completely green parts, or like it's almost like blue when it's oats. But even the greener parts, they're starting to turn. So usually from that point it's like 1 month. So this field is way further out than that field. That field is way more even. This one it looks good still. This field in the spring, I would never have believed it would turn out like this. This is pretty good. Some thistles, some weeds, but the oats it looks pretty good actually. Considering how it looked in May, when it looked like starting to be a complete disaster, looks way better now. The knowledge about it, I'm curious, never too old. No. And it's pretty, like, it's not super hard. Like, it's, for these crops, it needs to turn completely like yellow orange. So you should have no green parts in it. And then if you get the seeds, then the seeds should be really hard and like pretty dry. Then it's good ready to harvest. So it's getting there. It's definitely getting quite yellow, but still a few weeks out. Then we can go take a look at one of the grass fields also. But yeah, it's going. It's changing every few days. You kind of notice that, whoa, it's more yellow again. And here it's definitely more yellow. Then up on the hill you can see it's like completely green. So yeah, it's pretty uneven here, but just need to have patience and it should be pretty good. Patience and let it ripen up before you try to harvest. Comes with some land, I don't know what to do with. Yeah, I mean, it depends how much it is. If it's just a little bit, then I guess you could grow a garden there if you want, or something. If you have like a lot, then you could, if you don't farm it yourself, then you can always rent it to a farmer or even sell it to a farmer or whatever. There's a lot of options. Yeah, here's up on the hill. This was like, there was nothing here in the spring. Looked completely terrible here. Now it looks actually pretty good. And this field, the thing with this field, we had peas here last year and the peas grew very good last year here. And you can see it still in this year's crop. Like the peas from last year, they help this year's crop, because normally up on the hill here, the crop is much more poor than down here, but it's okay even here. Yeah, will be very interesting to see what this yields compared to this. This one had bad start, but now it looks better. This one had good start, but then it looks, well, doesn't look bad. Here's a lot of thistles here, a lot of weeds. But the main crop even looks still okay. Below 2 hectares, some of it is buildings. Oh yeah, well it's still a decent bit. If it's just the house plus some garden and stuff, then 2 hectares is pretty big. You could have a very big garden there. Or then just, yeah, rent it out. Yeah, here's a grass field. Oh yeah, clover has grown again. It's not very tall, but it's white clover here mostly, so it doesn't get super tall. Yeah, we mowed this. I think we mowed this now, might be 3 weeks ago. Now there's like clover is maybe 20 centimeters tall. It's starting to bloom again. It's like white clover mostly. Yeah, this can grow a little bit more, but then probably gonna mow this before we start the oat harvest. It's gonna be kind of close, whatever you want to do first. But yeah, probably want to mow this maybe 1 week later or a little bit more. Just before the other harvest, I think. Hasn't been used for 70 years. It has its own life. Wildlife place. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, if it's not farmed in a long time, it might take some effort to get. It's like gonna be full of all kinds of wild plants. So, yeah. But if there is like a lot of flowers, whatever flowers it is, it doesn't really matter. Then that's always good for like bees and things. Grows quickly. Yeah, it's grown pretty well. And since this is mostly white clover, it's not that tall. If it would be red clover, it would be like taller, but any clover is good. And yeah, considering it hasn't rained, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good here. I guess the ground it's not too dry underneath here yet. Surface might be a little bit dry, but also when the crop has good roots, then if the surface is dry, it doesn't matter because the roots can go deeper down. And I'm sure that massive soak we got 1 month ago, it was like so much that there's probably still good moisture inside the ground. We got like last month we probably got like double the average rain amount, so that's gonna help carry this through, and it definitely helped all the other crops probably give a decent yield this year. Yeah, no, this is not bad here. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not too many weeds here. This is probably one of the better parts of the field. I don't see many weeds here even. Here's like 1 thistle. There's some there maybe, but not too bad. But yeah, the oats you can kind of estimate how much you get by if you take 1 plant like this, then you count how many seeds you have on 1 plant. 1 plant like this grew from 1 seed. Then if this is 1 seed and each of these have like, there's 2 seeds in one of these, or technically like 3, but at least 2 big ones. And if this one has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, so like 32 seeds plus the small ones. So if every plant would be like this, then it would probably be a pretty good yield. Though of course there's some back there's some that only have maybe 10 seeds per plant, like way poorer, but should be okay. Very interesting to see how much we get when we start harvesting. It seems like it's pretty heavy. When you bend it over like that, if it comes up back like kind of slowly and swings a lot, then you know there's some like weight up here. Yeah, very interesting. Gonna be interesting. It's not gonna be super poor, so then it's always like a little bit more interesting. Sometimes when you see that it's poor, then it's like the harvest is gonna be like, yeah, whatever. Just gonna kind of clean up the fields and get whatever get. This year it looks okay. It's kind of has to look good this year because, yeah, again, costs have gone up, so kind of need a good yield just to like keep the same like income from the farming. And yeah, if we earlier talked about that there was a hare, I'm sure this was not the hare. This looks like a deer slept here. A wild boar or a deer probably slept right there. A little bit of a bigger flat area. Maybe a bear. I don't think a bear. I think a deer. But yeah. Also, when I flew the drone one day, I saw back there close to the forest, there was definitely a lot of tracks you could see going through the oats. Like probably some wild boars. But out here I haven't seen too much. But back there was definitely some paths. Getting warm now. It was mostly cloudy today, but it's not cold by any means. Not cold, not hot either, but it's, yeah, temperature wise this summer has been better than the last few ones. We've only had maybe like 3-4 days with 30 degrees, and then of course a bunch of days with 25 degrees, but thank God we haven't had these like long stretches of hot weather. That's really, even in the garden I could tell a difference. That it has probably not been like super long periods, hot periods, because then the potatoes are smaller and the onions are smaller, and yeah, makes a big difference. But yeah, that's probably gonna be it for today. We did get a bunch done in the garden now, so we'll see what we do next. But at least the garden is now more like, we'll harvest a little bit every day from there almost, but potatoes are harvested and onions are harvested, and yeah, most of the big stuff is harvested. But yeah, thanks for watching today. Thanks for the follows, and I'll see you guys next time.
Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I talk. weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Great dawn bread, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 holes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen,